Thank you, Mr. Jones.
You're right.
So, are you muted too?
Yes.
Okay, now we might be good. Okay, here we go. Good evening, everyone. I will call us to order at 5:32 p.m. And if you will rise for the pledge, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico and see as a symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures. All righty. Mrs. Turley, roll call, please, ma'am.
Courtney Clausen. Walter Jaramillo.
Here.
Donaldin Lorenzo.
Present, I'm on Zoom and my camera will be off.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Monica Salazar. Here. Francis Lee.
Present. We do indeed have a quorum. Adoption of the agenda. Are there any changes to the agenda, and if so, what?
I would like to recommend that we strike item F tonight. Student nutrition RFP. We have not received verification from Public Education Department on that yet. So
Can't take action.
Can't
We
take
all
action.
have. Very good. Anything else, board members? All right, superintendent. A recommendation, sir.
I recommend that we approve the agenda as amended.
Very good. Board members, is there a motion to approve the agenda as amended, striking item F? Let me give it to Ms. Salazar. And second to Mr. Jaramillo. Very good. It has been moved by Ms. Salazar and seconded by Mr. Jaramillo to approve the agenda as amended. Any discussion, board members? All right. At this time for agenda adoption, Mrs. Turley, if you wouldn't mind, roll call on this one, please, ma'am.
Mr. Jaramillo.
Yes.
Ms. Lorenzo.
Yes,
Ms. Salazar.
Yes.
Ms. Lee.
Right. The motion carries. And we have excellent things coming, sir.
We do. We have a lot to. First up, in our partnership with NMSU Grants, Dr. Chavez Clevanen and her faculty are here, and they're here to present their annual budget. They do this time every year, and so without further ado, it's my honor to turn the floor over to Dr. Marlene Chavez Clevanen.
Thank you, Superintendent Wagner. Thank you to the members of the board and other directors here tonight. Thank you for the opportunity to present our operating budget for fiscal year 27 on behalf of the New Mexico State University Grant Campus. I'd like to introduce some colleagues with me tonight. I have my Vice President for Student Services, Dr. Priscilla Arunza, tonight, and I have my Business Manager, Elvis Delcia.
Welcome. I'm getting there, trying to get it to go. Hit the window here. It's morning. It's going to be difficult, but apparently it is going to be. My apologies, everybody. Mr. Jones, do you know why it wouldn't be? I keep clicking fit window for view. I apologize if there's a So this one is actually the. Our poll. Mr. Jones knows exactly what to do. He saves us every time.
Yep.
Again, thank you for the opportunity. I'll take a few minutes just to go through a quick slideshow before we hopefully take action on our budget. I'd like to give a history because we do have some new board members with us tonight, about the history of NMSU grants and the purpose of the school board, the Cibola County School Board being the advisory board for the State University grant. As you know, we were founded in 1968 in partnership with the Cibola County Schools. We started teaching courses in the school district in different at the high school back then in 1968. Moved to the job corps buildings, that is where we are currently located. And in 1977, Martinez Hall was built. The investment from Cibola County that we needed a permanent space for the community college. Since then, of course, we have our 4 buildings with different that have been repurposed. We have not only 4 credit offerings, but we have small business development, adult education, transfer credit, and a nice catalog of workforce and technical education training programs there. In addition to dual credit offerings and some community education. The advisory board, your role as our advisory board is to help us provide input on workforce and educational needs, to help keep programs relevant in Cibola County. So, for example, when we had our listening session in December, we invited members of Cibola County School Board and the directors to give us to provide feedback to NMSU grants to help us in our programming. And so part of this, as our operating agreement states, is that our advisory board also gets the opportunity to provide feedback on our operating budget. Although the Board of Regents is our approval body, we do present it to our advisor. Moving on, you can read, but I just like to talk about our priorities at the college, that we focus on building student access. We focus on increasing student support. We focus on improving completion to degrees and certificates. We value community partnerships, like the one we have here today, and of course, effective resource management. Next slide. So just to give you some background about our student demographics, this is from this last academic year that you're just finishing. Most of our students are part-time. Almost 80% of our students are coming part-time. We have 37% of those are 25 and above. We're seeing less adult learners this last year than years past. Most of our students are female at 71%. Our Hispanic and Native American populations kind of vacillate. This last academic year, we saw more Hispanic students, but honestly, they're about equal. And if you were to average them out in the last 10 years, it would probably be about 38% and 38%. So that's just a little bit of what our student demographics are at the college. I'd like to give you an enrollment update. And so as you see, the red bars is our annual head count. That includes last summer, fall, and spring. So we are finishing this academic year, and we are up at 1,836 head count for that time period. We are steadily increasing, slowly but surely. The gray bars is our dual credit head counts, where we saw a large increase in 23 and 24. We are recovering with our dual credit head count at 369 students from your dual credit. Next slide. Something I'm particularly proud of is the number of awards. Higher education, we get funded on how many degrees and certificates that we award annually. And so we have seen this steady increase this last year. and 139 awards between certificates. And we do get additional funding for meeting those metrics. We meet, exceed, or come within so many percent or just I think 99% of that. So I'm really happy that we're seeing that there for you. What's helping is that we are re-envisioning some of our programs and making them more useful so that students can get jobs. What we're also seeing is students want to earn certificates. And so we're offering workforce ready
Hello.
certificates.
Pardon me for the interruption. Mr. Clausen was having difficulties with his laptop, and so he has called in to be able to hear. So Mr. Clausen, you are on now, and we have noted that you joined the meeting at 5:43. And you are on speaker just so you can hear, unless you would like me to take you off speaker so you can just listen. Okay, very good. Thank you, sir. We're gonna let Dr. Claymanon continue. We're about 5 or 6 slides into her presentation that's in the board packet for you. Thank you, sir. Ma'am, thank you for allowing me the interruption to welcome our board member.
The next slide shows type of resources we provide at the college for students. We recognize that students are in more need of mental health resources and also just health resources. So we've invested in timely care. Every enrolled student has access to timely care for both health and mental health, free of charge. They can get prescriptions if they need prescriptions, and that even includes some visits to psychiatric care as well. And we have a free laptop program. They can borrow a laptop free of charge with all the required applications on that. They just have to return it at the end of the semester. IT goes through it, updates it, and they come back for it. We also have, in addition to on-campus tutoring, we had renters. We have free tutor me for students, which is 24/7. So on the weekends, when the college is not open, they have that access as well. We also have a food pantry called the Agri Cupboard, which provides both food and personal hygiene items to students and employees, in fact. And we are looking at starting a career closet to provide work clothes for students when they go out for internships, so that they're properly dressed. The next slide shows how MSU grants fared after the legislative update. We saw an average of an increase in our instructional and general budget of 2.9%. An average employee compensation of 2%. What it's going to be is 1% plus everyone will get 850, but it averages out to a 2% raise. We continue to receive research and public service funding in the amount of $100,000 for the tribal. It's called the Tribal Initiative. It's to support education and counseling professions in rural tribal communities. And so we have a dedicated advisor to help students, and we have professional tutors to help students in those areas. And we also provide to Las Cruces to support transfer areas. We continue to receive government results and opportunity funding. It's called the GROW funding, support non-credit workforce. We just finished two trainings in fiber optic trainings, and those students 1 week training, get in, get trained, go get a job, and cut them 5 days off. As I'm hired 2 of them. We've trained 30 students in the last 6 weeks for fiber optic. And we anticipate another 27,000 for non-credit workforce next year, and that includes equipment as well. Capital outlay for this year on the ballot in November will be $1 million for the severance tax for electronic access control, so that we have the safety security. All buildings will have card access and will be able to get lunch. Now, There's the hyperlink to the Office of Government Relations if you're interested in a detailed report for the whole NMSU system. If you're interested. The next slide shows just kind of like a heat map of where our revenues are coming from at the college. And so the biggest square there, of course, is state appropriation. We get most of our income of our funding from the state. And the second is our capital outlay. Third, of course, tuition and fees, and then student aid. So student aid is about equal to tuition and fees, which is about 1.3 million. Student aid in forms of Pell Grant, loan, different scholarships from the state, opportunity lottery. So that shows just how we are funded at college. For a total operating budget of about $10 million. The historical revenue, as you see, it looks like it's decreasing, but I'm going to explain why. It's all in capital outlay. If you look at the gray band, we show we finally finished Martinez Hall, exterior, roof, all that. And so they were giving us extra money for capital outlay. Now that Martinez Hall exterior and roof is finished, our gray band has decreased to we're not getting this much capital outlay. And so really the maroon band actually has expanded. So our ING money, our ING funding is actually increasing. Well, it looks like our total budget is decreasing, it's just capital outlay. So I'll give you some historical reference as to our revenue. I'd like to give you an update on our capital project. Martinez Hall has been completed. It's been a combination of $5.2 million and a combination since the year 2019 of different studio bonds, general funds, severance tax bonds, just collecting. We have finally did a complete exterior and roof renovation over Martinez Hall. So it doesn't leak and we have to break this over. Martinez Hall welding and automotive is complete. It was completed this spring and was wonderful. 1.25 to 23 geo bond. We are now starting the electrical distribution in Martinez Hall. That's all the things that you can't see. We have in our mechanical room, it looks like we've been out of the 1950s, electrical, all that will be replaced. We will have new HVAC, we'll have voice over field, our fire suppression, all that will be new. That's about $3 million that we are in this device currently. And as I mentioned earlier, we will go out in November for general obligation vote for $1 million for electronic card access at this point. Next slide. Our current capital outlay request for this summer here is now in August. We will be asking for $2 million to upgrade the sewer system campus-wide. A few years ago, we had the 2 years ago, we had the big flood. They just wreaked havoc, had that water coming down off the mesa and has really caused a lot of issues. Sewer. We're also going to ask for campus-wide HVAC improvements while we're doing Martinez Hall. We do have Fidel or Cibola to also. So those will be our two asks and for the summer. Next, I'd like to talk to you about the future sustainability of the NMSU grant. We, as you know, we operate at a 1 mil levy. That is the minimum you can operate, and Cibola County that generates only $200,000. If you compare that to Carlsbad, Southeastern New Mexico College, one of their mills generates like 1.5. And so we don't generate. So I would like to pursue either an additional mill levy or do some bond cycling to help with operating, and that would require going out for a vote, and it would require coordination with the school district, because I do not want to see the school district. We need to work together on that, and I think by doing that we can continue to offer competitive salaries, expand programs, improve security, and of course, I think should also be investments as well. Next page, please. And lastly, I'd like to talk about how we can partner for pathways. I think we have some really good opportunities between NMSU Grant and the school district, and I highlighted five there. And allied health, we have our Bachelor of Science and Nursing program through New Mexico State at our campus. I'd like us to see how we can, in the junior and senior year, start offering those pathways to these juniors so that they get their prereq and go straight into that nursing program. Or we have also the certified nursing program, the phlebotomy and medical coding. We have that suite of LA Health. Education and counseling to support your workforce. We have also the 4-year education program in both early child and education. And we have the only associate counseling, community counseling program in the state of New Mexico at community college. Very popular. Upon finishing the certificate in the counseling, these students can get their LSAA. They would be licensed for licensed substance abuse assistant. And that they are needed countywide, statewide. And then, of course, the child development specialist, that you go straight into the child care centers, certified to work in and daycares. And with universal health, child care, our daycares are needing them to be certified. So those are some easy wins that I think that we can partner with, getting those short certificates. They could graduate high school diploma and these certificates. In addition, social work and criminal justice, we are putting forward 3 new certificates now this summer. We're looking at a CJ certificate designed for high school students so that they could graduate the criminal justice certificate, transfer into the associate bachelor's, and as well as the social work. Again, those we have the correctional facilities here. The schools need social work. We have law enforcement agencies, the tribal, county, city, and the village that all need at workforce. Computer and digital technology. I have been asked numerous times this year, we need someone for social media marketing. We need someone for digital marketing. That is a niche. That is something that we are ready to do. And I think the computer and digital technology will also be a good pathway. And lastly, and of course, the skill trade, the welding, automotive, electrical, and there. And so I asked you as our advisory board to see how we can work together to offer these types of programs to our citizens of Cibola County, students at both Guna and Grant High School or Early College High School, as well as ours. I stand.
Board members, do you have any questions for Dr. Toyvan?
The healthcare program, are you working with the hospital also?
We are. In fact, I just had a meeting with them last Friday, and I'll be reaching out to Whiteford. We want to all 3 of us work together to figure out how to do this because they don't have numbers. I mean, they need workforce to help that demand. So yes, we just met Friday.
I was actually about getting how about EMT?
EMT, we have the program. I'll be honest, what we're struggling with is finding a credentialed instructor because they have to be a certified instructor within our region. And they do not necessarily, they're not in this area. UNM Gallup has still not found an EMT instructor. And I know you asked me that after, and I'm still searching. I find someone and that I will pay a trained to be instructor and they will not take that. So,
Anything else, board members, for Dr. Toyvan at this time?
Yes, this is Donalyn. I have a couple of questions. And you may have touched on it, but you talked about programs for like social workers. Is there like a pipeline for educators to like to incentivize teachers pursuing their or individuals pursuing like a teaching degree and like maybe like loan forgiveness, anything like that?
Yes, thank you, Board Member Lorenzo. I appreciate your question. Yes, actually, there is through the Higher Education Department. They have, it's called the Teacher Prep Program. There's special scholarships that are stackable with the opportunity. That doesn't happen very often. Sometimes it's either or. But these teacher scholarships, students can get the opportunity scholarships and the teacher ed program scholarship. If they qualify for that, they do have to be qualified through me. In addition, there are special loan opportunities to the Higher Education Department, especially for teachers that they can get. And afterwards, Higher Education Department also has periods where they do a loan forgiveness. You have to apply and they will forgive some of those loans. So I would recommend, if you want to learn more, I'm happy to direct you to the portion of the Higher Education Department where they have those types of resources for aspiring teachers.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Board Member Lorenzo, I'll also share on the education side, through the New Mexico Public Education Department. They have a program called the EA to Teach program. So if we have somebody that's working in one of our schools as an educational assistant, they can get tuition support as well as they're working on their teaching credentials. So I know Mrs. Jones has been working on that a lot with some of our EAs to help them get their teaching licenses. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Widener.
All right, anything else, board members, for Dr. Toy Bannon? All right, at this time, board members, we have consideration of approval of the NMSU grant 2026-2027 budget. Is there a motion? Oh, sorry, Superintendent. I was just going right for a motion, sir. My apologies.
I recommend that we do approve the budget for NMSU grant.
Wonderful. Now, board members, is there a motion to approve the NMSU grants 2026-2027 budget? And the second, please. Excellent. It has been moved by Mr. Jaramillo and seconded by Ms. Salazar to approve the NMSU grants 2026-2027 budget. Board members, is there any discussion?
No, interesting comment. Just thank you for being a partner.
Oh, well, yeah. All right, given the nature of having two board members online and we can't see you raising your hands, I'm gonna go ahead and let Mrs. Turley do roll call. I know we've gotten away from that, but given the nature of onlineness, I think we need to allow that this evening. Mrs. Turley.
Mr. Clausen? Mr. Jaramillo?
Yes.
Ms. Lorenzo?
Yes.
Ms. Salazar?
Yes.
Ms. Lee?
Aye, motion carries. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much for your time. I sure appreciate this and I'm looking forward to the continued search. I'll be reaching out.
Excellent. Excellent. Dr. Twinanen, if you would like this now,
I
ma'am.
will.
We'll
We'll
make we'll make it quick.
Thank you.
Here you go.
I appreciate you guys. Have a good day.
Excellent, thank you. All right, Mr. Widener.
Board members, back by popular demand, we have brought back the do not resuscitate policy. And we have board legal support here tonight. We have Miss Gallegos Ortiz. And so we can dig back into the do not resuscitate
Yes,
order
ma'am.
policies.
I don't know if you would like to sit there or join us.
I would be honored to.
And I will introduce, board legal counsel. We have, technically doctor, correct?
Yes,
Technically, Dr. Dawn Bernoy of Walsh Gallegos, and she, after our meeting, month or so ago, when we all had a lot of questions about the do not resuscitate policy. I sent all of the questions that we had during the meeting to legal counsel, and she is here to help us navigate that. And so this is board member Salazar, and we have two board members that are joining us online, and Miss Lorenzo is via Zoom, and Mr. Clausen is via phone. So that takes care of that. But at this time, I would love to turn it over to Miss Amanda Gallegos Ortiz.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam President, members of the board. Tonight, we will be doing a first read on Policy Services Advisory, Volume 15, Number 1 from May of 2018. We will be reviewing Policy Advisory Number 156 only. This is Policy JLCG, Do Not Resuscitate Order, and J5450 JLCG. And J5461 JLCGR, Do Not Resuscitate Order Regulation. This advisory addresses whether school districts should recognize or maintain do not resuscitate orders for students. Policy Services specifically notes that it does not agree this policy should be mandated by the PED Transportation Division, but it has provided the advisory because some districts have encountered this issue. The recommended position is that the school board's responsibility is to protect the health and safety of students and staff. Therefore, district personnel should not accept or retain DNR orders presented by parents or physicians. Instead, employees are expected to follow normal emergency response procedures and contact emergency medical personnel immediately. Policy Services also acknowledges that districts may choose to approach this issue differently and encourages a local discussion before adoption. Are there any questions?
I think we had a lot of questions, and I think at this point, if it pleases the board, I will turn it over to Dr. Bernoy so that she can kind of get us a little bit up to speed on what we had asked and some possible pathways of where we can go from this point.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Widener. I should also clarify, I have a PhD and not an MD. The context matters, especially if we're talking about DNRs. My expertise is purely legal as opposed to medical, which it will never be. Thank you. So the board is considering, right, the kind of policy it wants to adopt. NMSBA does have a policy, and as you've already described, it essentially declines to comply with an individual's instruction or healthcare decision that based on reasons of conscience. And that is derived from a law that governs DNRs, which is the New Mexico Uniform Healthcare Decision Act. And it basically governs medical or healthcare institutions and healthcare providers. I think we'd be very hard pressed to consider a school district a healthcare institution, for which we should be glad. However, we do have school nurses, and they would very, very likely be healthcare providers as they're defined under the Act, which is why it's really important that we have a policy that tracks the definitions and the requirements in the Uniform Health Care Act to make sure that we're complying with that law. And one of those ways that we can do that is to adopt a policy that does not just reject wholesale DNRs by failing to accept them. It doesn't mean that we have to comply with them. It just means that we shouldn't accept them because that actually doesn't align with the state law that's in place. In particular, the last sentence of that policy basically says that we will refuse to comply with the DNR, which is what brought us here tonight. There are essentially two approaches that you can take. One that starts in the same way that the NMSBA policies start, and that is where the institution itself is a conscientious objector. We would need to, even though that would be a place to start, we would still need to develop the policy further so that it carries with it really three kinds of action. What to do when we receive a DNR, right? We want to be able to, if we were presented to it, not just, say, oh, no, we don't see it, we don't hear it, but to accept it, right? To provide notice to the parents that we've accepted it, but then to communicate to them the district's policy. And if the institution is a conscientious objector, then we would communicate that as an institution, we will not comply with the DNR, but then we would also have to have procedures in place that would clearly explain what action we would take. And to comply with laws that govern EMS, it would essentially be, we would maintain life-sustaining measures until there would be a transfer, and then EMS would make that call about the DNR. But to have procedures in place that provide notice, we have received it, here is our policy, and these are our procedures about what we're going to do. So that's the conscientious entity is conscientious objector. The second path, the second approach that we could take to this would be to leave the decision up to individual healthcare providers within the district, so that those school nurses would be able to decide based on their own position, which would also align with the Uniform Health Care Act. That is a little bit more sophisticated and requires a little bit more nuance. And we've provided the board with a model that does this. And it's a more neutral policy. The entity is taking a stand. Each individual healthcare provider would take that stance. We would still have to have notice, procedures for notice, still need to communicate the policy. But then we would communicate the individual procedures that the healthcare workers would follow. And the model that we provided you with permission of the district was the Las Cruces Public School Policy and Regulation that provides that kind of approach. I am prepared to answer any kind of, or at least a variety of questions. I don't know if it could be any question that you had regarding district liability, how do we handle this with student disability, to have 504 plan, individualized education plan. How does it maybe work with an immunity that we have under the Tort Claims Act? And of course, the Uniform Health Care Act provides a different kind of immunity to healthcare providers under certain situations. And so if you'd like to know how this policy can align with those laws, I could speak to that as well.
Hey, board members, I know Mr. Jaramillo had some questions, because of course he's in the medical field with physical therapy, and we also have a lot of questions about the Good Samaritan side of it. And I think that this was something that we all, and I'm not trying to speak for the individual board members, I welcome them to speak, but we're looking at where do we start? And we genuinely were, a bit perplexed on this one because of, as you're saying, the nuances and the, kind of bigger picture thing. And we want to be sure that whatever we're putting forward is right for our students and our employees in the district. And so, board members, I don't want to keep talking. I'd love to have you all ask questions of council on this one.
She pretty much answered all my questions. Was like you said, we have nurses on staff, so we have to have some type of alignment. But at the same time, once the EMS arrives, then they already know, we have no, they go from there.
I can also speak to Good Samaritan laws. If you would be interested in that as well, since that, there's often a lot of misconceptions about what we're liable for or what we need to do if we start doing something and who is the lead in that. So under Good Samaritan laws, we actually have a Good Samaritan statute, right? And it says that no person who comes to the aid or rescue of another person by providing care or assistance in good faith at or near the scene of an emergency, as defined under that particular act, shall be held liable for any civil damages as a result of any action or omission by that person in providing that care or assistance, except when liable for an act of gross negligence, right? Like performing CPR when you have no training and have no idea how to do it. Right? It has to be supported by good faith. But nothing in this section applies to the provision of emergency care or assistance when it's rendered for remuneration for payment, with the exception of payment to a person or agent or principal who was at the scene of the accident or emergency. In other words, lay people like your classroom teacher who performs CPR and has been trained to do that would have immunity under the act and is performing in good faith. And of course, when we have the policy, and if we decide whether we're going to be an entity who's a conscientious object, I don't know why I'm tripping over that word conscientious objector. That's more aligned with the NMSBA policy, like how far that notice would go. I'm imagining that it would be presented to the school nurse, since they're really the ones who are at the greatest exposure, right, in these situations, that they would have noticed that that was on file, but the teacher might not have noticed. So in good faith, perform CPR, but the school nurse who is paid, the paid employee to render medical services, that person does not have protection under the Good Samaritan Act because they're not acting as a lay person with training, but they would be protected under the Uniform Health Care Act, which is why at least we're emphasizing that whatever policy we have should track the requirements of that law and not deviate from it. I would say that this is most, I would say of the most great concern with students with disabilities, because there are students who are incredibly medically fragile and come to us in a very vulnerable physical state. And that's why the receipt of a DNR, the clear explanation of the policy to parents so that they're on notice of what we'll do, but then clear procedures of what to follow, both in terms of what we would do generally, but those procedures would have a recognition. I would almost say like a contingency, which is also what the Uniform Healthcare Act provides for students who are on IEPs and for students who are on 504. So that's something that the IEP team or the 504 committee would want to consider, and that would be, again, also on file, maybe even as part of a health plan, part of one of those plans, and would be on file with the nurse's office so that everybody would know, and it would be communicated to all of the staff serving that student, who would know particularly what to do with that student in that situation until they can be transferred.
I've visited with a lot of different people, like I said, I'm in the medical field, and a lot of them have said, well, most people, if they're building an existing on the field, they have a bracelet, or they have a necklace that, simply says, they're a medication is, or, but otherwise it's just, you're just a citizen helping somebody. The parking lot, it could be a parent out there, so.
Right. And there's often a question of like, well, if we acknowledge that we've received the DNR, are we on notice? It's worse to hide our head in the sand. That doesn't provide us protection. There's really good case law in this state that identifies that we need to be able to acknowledge what we are aware of, and that doesn't necessarily create additional liability for us. But instead, what it does is it triggers a very transparent, clear set of procedures that we're going to follow. So you can already hear when I keep saying procedures, we're going to have a policy, but we're going to have a very robust regulation that goes along with it. That people know about, that people are trained on, and that they're able to.
I have a question regarding the policy samples that we got. That's obviously from a much, much larger district with so many additional things that we as a district, have been in much smaller doses. And so, looking at that, obviously, we're much more centralized and I don't want to say generalized, but certainly not quite so heavily specific as that huge district is. What would the policies that you all shared with us, what would be some of the things that we would need to look at to tailor to make it better for our district should that particular path be the one that you would like to follow?
Right, well, I would say the first thing that we would do is actually sit down and talk to you about the structure that is in place. Because a lot of this is based on the organizational structure of this district. So whatever part of the organizational structure that is reflected in this policy that doesn't apply to us can be just removed or revised so that it appropriately grafts onto the organizational structure. So that would be the first thing. I would say like looking at one of the things I do like about this policy, that is probably because I'm a lawyer, is I love the definition section because that's where a lot of clarity can be provided. So another thing that I would want to do is once you would, as a first step, match the organizational structure of the policy that's reflected in the policy to the district, is to look at the kinds of language that we like from the existing policy to keep. And then there might be phrases that are not included, or words or phrases that are not included in the definition section, or that don't seem applicable to us, and either replace those words or phrases to something that would be applicable to our situation, and for the sake of clarity, and include that in the definition section. Especially, it's nice too when we have, we're calling this a first reading, but really when we have the actual policy in red line to look at. One of the wonderful things about having the board look at this is you have 5 different minds, 5 different voices, and which really can spotlight any areas of confusion.
Marish, do you have any comments and questions on the policies, the examples that we were given, or any feeling of direction on how to go that Ms. Bernoy, gave us the idea of being able to look at?
See board member Lorenzo, you raised your hand.
Yes, thank you. I have a bazillion questions, so I'll try to tailor them down. I think that one of the things that I'm just trying to be mindful of is whether the district has our ability to be able to thoughtfully address equity, cultural sovereignty, liability, training, and implementation issues, right? When this was first brought to us, I think we all had a lot of concerns and questions. So my first question is in regard to is this just gonna policy, or are there state statutes that govern DNR orders in school settings?
There are no specific statutes that govern DNR orders in school settings. However, the Uniform Healthcare Decisions Act governs DNRs across all settings of the state. And so that is the act that we would want to align the policy with, regardless of if we took the entity as conscientious objector position or we wanted to do a more neutral policy and have individual healthcare providers make those individual decisions.
Okay, can you repeat that act for me?
Sure, it's called the New Mexico Uniform Healthcare Decision Act. And I'd be happy to also forward it to you in email after the meeting, but I can also provide to you the citation if you would like that as well now.
Both actually.
Sure. It's found in New Mexico statutes. And it's in 24 7A. And then the relevant provisions are in subsections 1 and 7, by and large. I can provide that to you via email as well in a memo.
Okay, great. And then my other question, again, I have a bazillion, sorry. What liability protections exist for district employees who comply with a valid DNR order?
Well, one of the first things that a court would look at, I mean, they'd look at the compliance with the Uniform Health Care Act, but eventually we would look at compliance with our district policy. So if we had a policy that stated that the entity was a conscientious objector and individuals decided not to comply with that policy, then there could be ramifications for failure to comply with district policy. But the individuals like in the state that are really at that have exposure for DNRs are really the school nurses. And so the policy, while it protects the district and the employees, is particularly focused on protecting the school nurses so that they are on notice and know what to do. Are they in a district where they know the entity is a conscientious objector, and as an employee of the district that they too would be a conscientious objector? Or if the district adopts a policy where they can make their own individual decisions, that they're on notice that they can make that decision for themselves as a healthcare provider. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, and I have a follow-up in regards to that. So what happens if the school nurse is absent, or like if there's a situation that occurs during transportation or athletics or a field trip or any other type of extracurricular activity?
That is something that the law does not cover. The Decisions Act. I realized I left the very important word decisions out of it when I was referring to it, but that's something that a regulation could address, and that would be tailored to how the district organization functions.
I have some additional questions like around training. And so I guess what type of support would be provided to the district on how staff are trained to understand when a DNR order supersedes normal emergency response actions? Like how will like our teachers, coaches, educational assistants be trained as far as like what to expect or what is expected of them? um so mainly just a lot of like clarification on training, like what staff members will receive the training, how often would it be provided, would it be like scenario based, what there's like so many things that could come up in regards to this, including like substitute teachers, bus drivers, right? Um and I think important would be like the responding staff person's emotional well-being when addressing and when faced with these circumstances. Where does that support come from?
I'm going to defer to Superintendent Widener, but I'm just going to say as a general rule, it's advised that the training begin with being this everybody being provided the policy and the regulation, understanding who is responsible for implementing the regulation. Of course, that's often falls on the superintendent, but would I'm sure be delegated to nursing staff. I'm sure the nursing staff would be very involved, intimately involved in the training. That a lot of the actual boots on the ground decisions are going to be made by the school nurse, which won't change, right? That there's still protection under Good Samaritan law, and that this training would at least occur once a year, as I would say normal annual training does, and that any time that new staff would be onboarded, that they would receive that training too. Now, again, outside of those general principles, I defer to Superintendent Weiner.
Ms. Lorenzo, we is our Director of Student Support. He oversees the nursing department, the special education department, student safety. And so he works with Miss Amanda and works with her on kind of the safety stuff. So we would have to incorporate training for everyone. Annually, we do lots of vector trainings. I'm sure there's probably not a vector training on this one, so we would probably look at partnering with Palms and Associates and bringing them in to help us with training with how to navigate this. And it would also be part of the ESS. There are our substitute service, so they would also have trainings for substitutes as well.
I have a question. Would we know who is on
Think-
DNR? First of all, we would start to be, would we train, what if we don't have anybody on a DNR? Because I don't think we do we?
We do not.
Do other schools, you know, or? I looked at some of the emails that we got from Atlanta, but
I would say that I would imagine there are students on DNR somewhere in the state.
or teacher, or
Yeah,
Well,
or teachers, yeah.
We do have some very medically fragile children. And, and so that's where my mind has been going, as we're talking, how do we care for those kids? And, I like the suggestion that it's part of the IEP discussion, and it's part of the 504 plan thing.
we have a special needs bus that carries them around too.
Correct.
And I would also say that even if we don't have someone on a DNR currently, a student could be transferred into the district at any time. We could hire an employee who could have one. And then it's just important. And we are, by virtue of having policies, it's imputed, right? It's automatically transferred to us that we are on notice of what those policies are. And I mean, not that we would necessarily be responsible for this, but I can imagine at any kind of high school sporting event where it's an inter-district event that, that this would be important to know.
Like having all of the shock machines now at every game and event and everything where,
Or we had a field trip at the Riverwalk.
Yeah.
With school, but you're not in that place to be absolutely
Yeah.
like that.
And maybe the person even has a defibrillator, who knows? And it's totally
And not take the
defibrillator.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah, external,
Yes.
yeah,
Defibrillator.
automated defibrillator.
Yes, thank you.
And then, implanted cardioverter defibrillator. Even though I don't have a medical.
Sorry, I still see your hand up now.
Yeah, thank you. I was just wondering, like in the other school districts who have already encountered this, how is that information communicated while still protecting like student privacy?
Well, it's the, I will say any record that's held for a student by school is protected by the family Educational Rights and Privacy Act, which means that school personnel with a legitimate educational interest in that student have a right to know about that. Now, sometimes we can debate about what a legitimate educational interest is, but let's take a student on an IEP, right? Any staff or service provider who educates that student would be a school personnel with a legitimate educational interest. Remember that this is, there are essentially two paths. The entity as conscientious objector, where you're going to provide notice that you've received the DNR. You tell the parents that as an entity, we are conscientiously objecting to the DNR. And we have these procedures in place that we will follow until transfer to EMS. So in that case, we wouldn't even need to know who had the DNR. Like nobody would really need to know who had the DNR. All we'd have to worry about is have we received it? Have we provided notice of that receipt? Have we provided the parents who provided that? I mean, I imagine I keep looking at Amanda because you would probably be the one, or someone like you would be the one to do that, direct to the parent. And what the district staff would need to be trained on are the procedures. So this policy is never, it hasn't ever been, nor will it ever be, about disclosure of who has a DNR or who doesn't, because we're either objecting to honor it as an entity, or we are delegating that ability to object to honoring it to individual medical staff. And in that scenario, it would only be the individual medical staff who would have knowledge of that DNR. So it's never like it would be an opportunity to second guess who would have knowledge of it. Really, no, in practical, nobody would ever know. Nobody would ever know who had the DNR.
That's helpful. Thank you. Are there already districts who have adopted this policy?
Yes, if you have the MSBA policy service, you have their policy. There are districts across the state who have drafted their own policies, either a version of NMSBA's, or as in the case of the model policy that we provided from Las Cruces. It would be, they're the district who we are identifying as having a policy where it's more neutral. They delegate it to individual medical providers.
Okay, I would imagine that this would be something, right, that we would need to have like tribal consultation on, considering the number of tribes that the district has and the students that are served. So that way we have a culturally responsive guidance for supporting students, and not just tribal students, right? Like all students. Um, so we're able to respectfully respond to their different cultural beliefs surrounding death and dying and DNR and right, like all of that stuff. This seems very in my opinion, this just seems like this is not something we rush to approve or incorporate without input from our families and nations, pueblos, and tribes.
And Board Member Lorenzo, it won't be rushed because this is just our first discussion. The board will need to decide what kind of approach to take. And in that approach, whether it's an entity as a conscientious objector, a conscientious objector, right? If there's input from the community, all members, all groups in the community regarding whether whether the district should be an entity, right, that is not going to honor DNRs, or whether it's the community sense, right, that could be taken into consideration. of whether the district is going to delegate that decision to individual healthcare providers. So those are really those are the two avenues. And it really is just about when a set of parents comes and they have a DNR for their child. And I'm focusing mostly on students. We could make it a district employee too. That person is on notice about what approach the district has taken through policy. So perhaps and help me understand if this is where you're going with this. The way that we communicate that notice shall be culturally sensitive. So the way that we communicate to the parent that either as a school district, we're not going to honor the DNR, or to let them know in a culturally sensitive way, as a district, we've delegated that decision to individual healthcare providers.
Yeah.
And that, of course, can be incorporated in the regulation, where we outline the procedures of how that notification is provided to the parent or to the school employee. And I should say too, it's not a rush because we have to decide what approach we're going to take. And then we have to have, I don't know if we really will consider this a true first reading, or if we'll have another first reading after we have a draft. And then I believe we have to have a second reading, pardon me, a first reading, a second reading, and then a decision. So it will be several months before this is ever set in stone and sent to NMSBA as a revision to the one that we currently have on the policy service.
I have one more question in regards to that. So in the districts who have already adopted this policy, do you know whether or not they got family or other stakeholder input prior to deciding which route they would take, and if so, how they did that?
I don't know, but in the mechanisms that we already have in open meetings, it'll be noticed, right? We'll have the agenda. It'll be noticed on the agenda, and stakeholders can come during public comment and voice their views and ideas to the board regarding what approach they would like to see the board take, whether it's an entity as conscientious objector or whether that will be delegated to individual.
I lied. I have another question based on your response. Is there, do you all have like one pagers that would help educate like ourselves and the general public, our families, our students about what each of those choices look like, so that when that meeting does happen, they feel equipped and have an understanding of what both of those avenues look like?
A legal memorandum has been provided to each member of the board via email, which can be redistributed again. And I'm sure that my office can put together a bulleted one pager that identifies both options and the sort of the nuances of each option. But
Yeah.
regardless of the policy we adopt, we'll definitely want to again have notice, communication of the policy to the parents, to the staff member, and the procedures that will follow. So whatever approach we take, we'll definitely want to have those components of policy.
Yeah, I just think that would be really helpful in terms of being able to help our families understand, because even reading that, I'm like, what is this talking about? Right? Like, and I think for a lot of us, you know, either on the Zoom or in the room, right? Like we have some wherewithal about what this means, but I think to be able to like make it more digestible for families who may not fully understand, what this means would, I think would be really helpful for our district.
Of course, and I
Thank you.
hope even at this time, and through the meeting that's being broadcast to who's ever been interested in, who's tuned in, I hope that this discussion has helped make it accessible to the public.
Yes, absolutely.
But even a one pager can help make it more
Yes.
accessible to the board as well.
Because the memorandum was a lot. I mean, it was very informative.
It was a lot.
It was a lot. There was
Yes.
a lot.
Yes.
Basically, it's we need a policy. There are two approaches. Regardless of the approach, if it has these three components of notice, communication, the policy and procedures, you're going to, from a legal perspective, at least be covering yourselves under the Tort Claims Act, the various medical acts, including the Good Samaritan Act and the Uniform Healthcare Decisions Act. And really, it's a lot of it is, for example, if as a board you decide that you're going to take the entity as conscientious objector act, if you have, this means that if you have a school staff member who's a medical provider and they don't want to do that and they won't comply with it, it means that they might have to find another place. That's like the hard edge. That's that hard edge of the NMSBA policy that is there. And then if you, of course, if you delegate it to the individual healthcare provider, then it's not an issue.
I think that one pager, great
Yeah.
idea.
Yes, it is a
Great idea. Absolutely, that will help us all.
And
having
I made
that.
a note. And
Yes.
there's 2 underlines underneath it.
Yes. Board members, do we have any other comment, questions on the DNR policy right now?
No more from me at this time. Thank you.
All right, I think we'll let Miss Amanda, as we're now calling her, Miss Amanda, go on to the next, yes, Miss Gallegos Ortiz.
I'm good
Go
with
on
Amanda.
to the next, the next first read.
Policy E4200 EHA is a computerized data systems, is a policy we found a need for in our district with regard to our technology department. So I'm bringing it tonight for a first read. We were working on procedures to put in place with the next 2 policies. So that's why we're asking them to be added to our policy manual. This policy establishes the purpose and operational responsibilities of the Technology Support Services Department. The primary goal is to support district operations through efficient technology systems and data management processes. The technology coordinator is identified as the direct supervisor responsible for overseeing the department personnel, technology resources, and coordination with the NMPED. The policy also clarifies that each department and school site is responsible for entering accurate and timely data, while the technology department manages retrieval processes and report generation. Security and confidentiality are emphasized throughout the policy, and data cannot be shared outside the district without superintendent approval. The next policy, E4300 EGE, staff use of digital communication, is a policy we found again that we needed in our district. This policy establishes expectations for how GCCS staff communicate with students and families using technology. The district recognizes the importance of communication while also prioritizing student safety, transparency, and professionalism. One of the most significant requirements is that staff may only use district approved communication platforms and may not use personal devices to directly communicate with students. The policy also requires that all communication through the district platform be recorded to ensure transparency and accountability. Staff communication must always remain professional and school related, and all mandatory reporting laws regarding abuse, threats, or misconduct remain in effect. The policy further limits after-hour communication, except for approved school-related purposes such as emergencies. transportation updates, or extracurricular activities. Finally, misuse of the communication platform or violations of district policy may result in disciplinary action.
Board members, do you have questions on these two policies, 4,200 and 4,300? I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
As far as what happens now, like I'm gonna just speak from my experience with my child in the district. You know, he's at early college, so he's got that, you know, college level stuff going on, as well as communication with his teachers. And, you know, and I think I can speak in general terms that a lot of staff have shared, you know, personal phone numbers with students, in that if you have a problem, you know, with whatever, you know, you could reach out, or maybe the principal has shared, you know, numbers. How will the district, and I guess this is probably going toward the directors and superintendent here, how will, you know, the discipline and the monitoring of that go? Because I know we as a board have adopted the no cell phones in school policy, which is pretty critical at getting students focusing on learning again. But what, you know, what does it look like, and how are you, you know, genuinely monitoring that? Because if it's happening outside of school hours and things like that, what does that look like? I'll look at it. Yeah.
This is my 28th year in education. I would never tell anybody to give their personal number, their cell phone number to a child.
Sure.
I would do all communication through email, and through a district email. The principals, if the principal at the early college is given out, the principals have district cell phones. So I would imagine that that's probably,
Well, it was
but
the
I would, and anybody that's watching,
travel
I
stuff.
would never give out my cell phone number to a.
Right, but it was like the travel stuff, like when Harry was on, you know, a particular trip, and, you know, kids are in this building for this activity, but then, you know, with, let's just say, you know, science fair, you know, the kids are here, but some of the, you know, people traveling, the teachers and the chaperones, you know, are over here, and it's a text message to say, hey, you need to get over here for lunch. You know, I know that there
do
has
know-
been sharing about that, but how does this address that kind of stuff?
I do know we have situations where, like, our students go to New York City and they have a group conversation.
Yeah.
And there's Classroom Dojo, there's those kinds of, you know, phone apps that you can utilize that, you know,
Right.
has everybody, parents can be on that. I know a lot of our teachers choose that.
Like
sort of
group
thing.
me.
Group, yeah, I know our CTSO
But
advisors.
so how does that, I mean, because you're on your personal device, but you're correct, because it was through a messaging app, you know, but
You join, yeah, you,
that's still
so
a
like
personal
your,
device.
your
I'm-
student,
But just have a Madam President, board members, Superintendent Widener, the school district
we realize that there's a gap there. We're in the process of procuring a new phone system that will allow each classroom to have a hard-lined phone, which is really important in emergencies and things like that. Part of that agreement that we're procuring also has an app. So teachers can set their workday, administrators can set their workday from 8 to 5. So all business is conducted on the same line, including text messaging. So you could have a business text line, you can have a business number. And with things like that, like hopefully everybody is always totally ethical and plays by the rules, and you never have to investigate, you never have to start looking. If we do, it's a one-stop shop for those things that we need to say. I need to see every phone call that this line is made, and you can pull it from the administrative side.
Thank you
Rather
for that.
than you have to subpoena somebody's cell phone and you have to go through that whole process to get the level of transparency that you need.
Thank you for that clarification. But back to, I think that it just says discipline. I would assume HR and, whatever is in the employee handbook
Okay,
rules.
so we will do all the things. We'll put it in the employee handbook. We'll do training when they come through orientation. We will let them know you don't be giving, and we already let them know. Don't be using your personal phone number, things like that. So all of that stuff will happen.
Excellent. Thank you for that. Thank you for that clarification. Board members, anything
question.
else?
Well, in that event, it has happened and it is happening. And so there needs to be a hard line drawn. And get it across that when you violate this, that, and no one chance, two chance, it's over.
And that goes back to board member Lorenzo's. We need to make sure everyone's trained. So if you do have kids on the field trip, you don't have to get up.
Thank you all on that one. Thank you very much.
That's all I have for tonight.
Good, very good. Thank you, ma'am.
Good question, though. Good thoughts.
Yeah.
Well, thanks, Mr. Wagner.
Board members, I commend you for approving our calendar. We had all of our employees vote on the calendar, and I brought it to the board about a month ago as we were getting deep into our budget. Might have been a month and a half ago. We approved a calendar without any professional development. And we have dates
Thank you,
built
sir.
in for professional development, but we didn't put any on the calendar. So I've asked Mr. Jones if he would talk about adding some professional development to it.
I'm happy to. Madam President, members of the board, I would like to propose an amendment to the calendar that we approved. When we submit the calendar to BED through OBMS, they work on a ratio system, so you have to have so many minutes of instruction time, you have to have so many minutes of your professional development. We usually build in excess minutes of what we need for things like, hey, the water line at Barrow Elementary School room. We need to be able to have a day where students are on campus. So we build in these extra days. The calendar that you approved had 6 extra days in it. With technology in 2026, going into 2027, we can do a lot with synchronous and asynchronous learning, where we can keep students at home and we can say, hey, let's get on this Zoom meeting and we'll go this lesson or Google Meets or whatever it might be the teacher chooses. We also are doing packets and things like that as well, where the first day will always say, we have a snow day, this is the homework we're supposed to do that day, and all of those sorts of things. So with that said, we had 6 days built into the calendar. Making these changes would still leave us 3.5 snow days, where if Superintendent Wagner decided to call a snow day and it was not feasible for us to have either synchronous or asynchronous learning, they would kind of deduct from that balance. So in terms of compliance, The state has already looked at the proposed changes. Our budget analyst says that's really smart. School districts just aren't using snow days like they used to. The calendars that I gave you, that's the calendar that you approved. I would like to amend to add October 30th, which is the last Friday in October, January 29th, last Friday in January, and April 2nd, which is the first Friday in April, as professional development days. So to add on to what has been said previously about, we need training, we need to be able to get to our staff. Part of these days will facilitate that as well, where we can get the staff together, whether that be instructional staff or all staff, just to give them the opportunity to meet together and talk about how things are happening. This will have a huge return on investment, especially as we've invested money into things like Marzana, and we have an instruction team that's doing walkthroughs and all that. This will give our instruction team time to say, okay, we're going to be at this school at this time, and we're going to help teachers be better teachers. And we're going to hear how students are changing, and we're going to use our data to make decisions. So it's pretty simple. I stand for questions. Again, the action will be to amend the calendar to add these 3 specific professional developments.
Thank you. Board members, questions on this? All right, at this time, we have consideration of approval of the 2026-2027 calendar amendment, which is adding October 30th, January 29th, April 2nd as professional development days. Superintendent.
I recommend that we approve the amendment to the calendar.
All right, board members, is there a motion to approve the 2026-2027 calendar amendment? A second, please. Thank you. It has been moved by Mr. Jaramillo and seconded by Ms. Salazar to approve the 2026-2027 calendar amendment. Board members, any discussion? All right, and again, due to being online and in person, we're going to go ahead with a roll call. Mrs. Turley, please.
Mr. Clausen,
Yes.
Mr. Jaramillo, Ms. Lorenzo,
Yes.
Ms. Salazar,
Yes.
Ms. Lee.
Aye, the motion carries. Mr. Weiner, sir.
The next item for annually throughout the spring, we have our negotiations where we discuss the collective bargaining agreement. And tonight, Mrs. Jones is here along with President TFO, and they are going to visit with you about the collective bargaining.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, superintendent. We are happy to stand before you tonight. There's been a copy of the amended negotiated agreement that was in your file. So every 3 years, the district approves a basic like CBA that's good for 3 years. And then every spring, we get together and we do negotiations, and the union brings things that they would like to see, the district has things they would like to see, we come together and discuss those things. As I am new in this role, this is the second time that I've been able to sit in on negotiations. We approach that in good faith effort, that the things that we're asking for are going to be what's best for our district, best for our staff, best for our students. And that's kind of how we leave it. In this updated agreement so the last one expires, the previous agreement will expire June 30th of this year. So this one would be in effect from July 1st, 2026 through June 30th of 2029. And it does contain the items that we have negotiated over the past 2 years, as well as there was MOU that was in the last one that have not yet been put in the body of the CBA. And so we added that in there as well. So this year, when we came to the table, there were a few things that we wanted to
make sure that we added, compensatory time has been a huge problem in the district, and in fairness to employees and in fairness to everybody, we decided that it'd be best just to pay people for the work they're doing instead of trying to track all of the compensatory time where, well, I worked this for this many hours, and so I should, so we've just decided that paying people is the best thing to do and just call it and not have to worry about tracking all this comp time. As we have added a student safety / security team to the district, they were not covered in the previous CBA that they were not part of the bargaining unit. So we've added them in this updated CBA so that they are now part of the bargaining unit. One of the other things that the district wanted to propose this round was adjusting a professional workday. Part of the reason for that was because of student safety. So we're a school district, we're here to educate kids. We also have a need to keep them safe and to supervise. And what we had found is that with the bus schedules as they are, there are some buses that are getting to campuses and having to sit on campus and wait for 10 minutes for staff to be there so that they can release students into the building. There are also people who live and die by I work for 7.5 hours and that's it. And if I got here at 7:30, I'm out of here at 3:30, and if my kids are still here. So just kind of some of my perspective on this moving into this was being in the classroom for 18 years. That never entered my mind. I needed to be at school before the kids got there. I needed my duty. I had to be there. I did my duty for the day, taught the students, waited until they were all safely picked up, secured with adults or on the bus or whatever they were doing. And you still have additional. First grade, you have lesson plans, you have things to prep. Like for me, like to think about like, hey, I only work 7.5 hours. I would love that. Yesterday was a 13-hour day for me. So I would absolutely love that but the reality is that we're hired to educate students, and our part of that job is to keep them safe and secure. So that was part of why, as a district, that was our proposal, was to increase the workday to a total of 7.5 hours of work with a 30-minute lunch. So for a total of 8 hours. 30-minute lunch is be free on their own. That's up to them. So that was the proposal there. And then through the state legislature this year, there was a mandate to increase salaries by 1% average. So we started that discussion separately from the additional time. Those items were not tied together. They are separate issues. So as we started to talk about that, Mr. Jones said in that from the financial side, and he said, it seems to me that if we gave every employee $1,000, we're actually being more responsive to our less paid, our employees who are paid the least amount of money. So if our employees are making 30 to 33,000, they're actually getting a 3%. So we're being more responsive to those people who are actually making less money than the people who are making more money. So across the board, $1,000 per person takes our teacher minimums for brand new teacher coming from college. Level 1 teacher, 56,000, a level 2 teacher base instead of 67, and a level 3 teacher base is 78, which is above state required minimums. We're above what the state has required. In addition, the business office dug into the step system in between each step, because a lot of the steps had just $1, like, hey, you're a level 1 teacher, you're making $56,000, and next year you get to make $56,001. And that didn't make a whole lot of sense. There's not really a whole dollar. So they looked into that to make sure that there was a little bit more spacing in between those steps to make it a little more lucrative, I guess, or like, hey, you made it through the year, you get more than $1 come back next year. So those were two separate things. I wanted to be clear on that. So in doing that, it actually cost the district more than a 1% average, because the 1% average would have probably been about $350,000. And in responding in this way to our employees, I think it ended up costing about $850,000 to do the steps. So we've far exceeded what the state has required as far as a 1% average. One of the last things that the union asks that we do is look at our custodial staff and waive the requirement of a high school diploma. So we've looked at that. We are going to waive the requirement of a high school diploma and give those employees 1 year to start working on their GED, and the district will support if they need tutoring. And we have several principals that are like, but this is the person I want. Can I tutor them? And can they? Absolutely. So we would like to support employees to do that along the way. And one of my meetings with Dr. Savanen, I had gone to a college fair and we talked about that. And she said that the college right now does like instant signing because they feel like if somebody is ready to take that step to get the GED and we say, oh, great. Our next session will begin on June 26th. The potential for that person to walk back in the door on June 26th diminishes the minute they walk out that door. Like if they're ready now, they're ready now. And so they're signing people up like right now. You walk in, they're ready to take that. So we wanted to support that and make sure that some of our community members that maybe have not had that opportunity, but they want to work, they're in our community, they would be a good fit, that we're giving them an opportunity to work and we're going to help them along the way to better themselves, or, to get something that they can be proud of and it might help them move on. So you were given a copy of the CBA. I think you guys were, I don't know, took you to sleep last night. I'm sure you read through that.
There's 37 pages of snooze for sure.
It was a lot of pages. We did sit and look at it and make sure that it was correct. We looked at it yesterday and kind of went through it again, like a third time to make sure that things were correct, because there were still things in there from like the old days that, we had 248 employees, which we don't have anymore. 240 is our max. And so we went through that to make sure that those numbers were actually reflective of the contracts that we currently offer. Like, anything? Thank you. We're real proud of this one. The district helped you. I mean, we're supposed to be working as partners, not in bed with you. But we're supposed to be partners and we're supposed to negotiate good faith, and that's what we do. Thank you. One of the things I just want to throw in, sorry, one of the things that we negotiated last year, which I don't know if you guys are aware of or not, the union came and said, how come we don't do bereavement leave? Good questions. A lot of districts do. So that was one of the benefits that we added to employees last year. We always had to do a place where employees could take off for bereavement, but we didn't give them any like bereavement leave that didn't count against them. And so last year, that was one of the concessions that we had talked about. And we said, absolutely, like, with these qualifications, if they put in bereavement leave, or, they have that done. We wouldn't want to make things harder, especially if you, for probably the first 15 years I taught, I never had any sick leave at the end of the year because I had 4 kids. And if somebody got sick, then all 4 of them got sick. And then you just never had time. So to have to take another hit, if you would have had to take bereavement leave, it would have been hard for some people. So we did add that bereavement leave last year. So teachers do get bereavement leave. They take that out of their sick leave initially. And then when they come back and they provide documentation of the event, we credit that back to them so that they're able to kind of not have to worry about that. That was one of the things that I think was very responsive to our people last year. Anyway, any questions?
Board members, questions?
No.
All right. So at this time, we have consideration of approval of I do have on our agenda, it says ratification of salary schedules.
Correct. Those are in your packet.
Perfect.
I believe Ms. Turley added the final drafts today to the packet. I think that you were able to see preliminary drafts a few weeks ago, maybe, or months ago. I don't know when. I've slept, so I lose track. But
Yeah, April 1st. And just really quick, draft. I mean, it's not a finalized schedule until Ms. Polk and Lane sit down and review every line and sign them. So I know that we had discussed some of the coaching stipends and things like that. So I did not look at the version that was submitted. There may be an amendment or two. I'll make sure that it's totally up to date. You know what's going on. Should be 99.9% there. But again, check, recheck, check third time, check when you're bored, just making sure that everything's lined out, right?
Thank you for that clarification. Now, we have consideration of approval of the collective bargaining agreement and ratification of salary schedule. Superintendent. Yes. Oh, Donald. Yes, ma'am. Thank you for noticing.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thank you. I have a couple questions.
Oh, you cut out. Can you try again?
Oh, shoot.
We're not hearing you at all.
Um, okay.
You're talking.
Can you
We're getting about the initial 2 or 3 words and then you cut out.
okay, let me try calling in on my phone. I don't know what happened.
Now,
You can hear me now?
yes, ma'am.
Oh,
You
did
you've got to
the,
obviously keep your head in one direction with your hand pointed south. We're ready to try and hear. No. I think you better try calling.
okay. Hey, let me,
Drops.
Welcome to Zoom. Enter your meeting ID.
Uh-oh. Annalyn, do you want to just try calling my phone like Mr. Clausen did at the beginning of the meeting? Because it seemed like the speaker phone worked doing it that way.
Can you all hear me now?
Very quietly. But
Okay,
yes, we can hear.
Okay, sorry about that. I don't know what's happening. With my sound, it was working fine earlier. So I kind of lost track of my question. So give me just a minute to kind of gather. So earlier it was stated that the collective bargaining agreement and ratification of salaries were separate. So are we voting on these separately? So we'll take 2 separate votes.
Like the motion should be the same motion. What Mrs. Jones had said was the increase to the workday and the increase to the salary schedule, separate topics. So just to establish timeline really quick, and President Holt can correct me if I'm wrong. The district and the union concluded negotiations months ago. So the union has voted and ratified the salary schedule already. The board's action is basically saying, we understand that this took place and that the union and the district are on the same page. The salary schedule and the increased workday are not the same thing. But that doesn't mean that you have to take separate actions, because part of collective bargaining was the salary schedule. So you can't say, yeah, we approve collective bargaining, but we deny the salary schedule, because then you're saying you don't approve collective bargaining.
Okay, I guess I'm not really sure I understand the like the process in all this, and So I think it was the last meeting or the meeting before we had an individual come and share concerns about the change in the work hours. So I'm just trying to understand better his concerns, and then I think that we probably each individually got an email that kind of reiterated the concerns that that were shared, and the number of hours and work days that would be increased. Can you all just explain that a little bit more, just for my understanding?
Board Member Lorenzo and Madam President, if I may.
Yes, ma'am.
So as part of the collective bargaining process, every time a new contract, a new collective bargaining agreement is negotiated between the district and the union, there is a process in place that's governed by the rules that both parties adopt, and it's also governed by state law and labor law. And in this process, there is a negotiations period where there is noticed, right, where there's provided to each party what the district wants to bargain and what the union wants to bargain. And I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, what was being discussed tonight was sort of the identification of the topics that were bargained. That process is done. It's complete. I believe in early April, the union voted to ratify or approve what had been negotiated. Done deal. At that point, the only voice of the union that can be recognized is that of Ms. Polk, the president. She speaks for the union, period. Now it's before the board. The agreement that was negotiated, that was approved by the union, and because the board is the body under state statute that has a contracting authority for the district, the board must ratify this agreement because essentially it is a contract. And so the question before us tonight, and there is only one question, is do we approve the collective bargaining agreement? Now, the salary schedule, right? The collective bargaining agreement, as you may have heard, is good for 3 years. The salary schedule, and I haven't taken a look at it, does it track all those 3 years? Or is it just year by year? Okay. And I'm betting that has to do with appropriations and other things outside of the scope of our conversation right now. The reason why you're approving them separately is because the collective bargaining agreement is a 3-year contract and the salary schedule is almost like an exhibit for this year that's incorporated into the contract. And next spring, you will not be negotiating the collective bargaining agreement again, but you will be ratifying a salary schedule for the next school year. So that's really the only reason that they're separate. We need to have a salary schedule that's tied to appropriations and legislative mandates, but the agreement, the collective bargaining agreement, governs the terms and conditions of employment. So when we look at them, it is one motion. We are looking at them together, and all of the voices that have the legal authority to speak tonight on behalf of the district and behalf of the union are here and present, and you've heard from them.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Lorenzo, did that clarify, ma'am?
Yeah, I mean, it clarifies. I still don't think it clarifies like how it was discussed. For me, it doesn't address or clarify the concerns that were raised by the individual who came and gave public comment. And I guess how that was addressed and in the email that we received, because it sounds like there was some miscommunication or misunderstanding of how and not enough information shared, maybe despite requests for additional information. I don't understand the concerns and how the concerns are being addressed.
Miss.
Madam President, Board Member Lorenzo, if I may again, I'll take a second stab at this. So any concerns that were raised during public comment by a member of the public, by even a union member, can be voiced as part of public comment. However, it exists separate and apart from and outside the process that we are now considering. Anyone who is saying anything about that collective agreement, who is a member of the bargaining unit and is not President Polk, has absolutely zero legal standing here tonight. There are other legal mechanisms that are available to bargaining members who feel that they are aggrieved. The board does not have jurisdiction to hear it or to decide it. The only decision that the board can make tonight is, will they ratify the CBA and salary schedule, or will they not?
In one separate item. I know in our policies, it also says that we may not address public comment.
Absolutely. So it would also be inappropriate. It's something that we can hear, but it's not something we respond to. And if there is a complaint by a member of the public, that's also governed by policy. I believe it's KEV, don't quote me on that, although I think it's in my backpack over on the other side of the room. But there are also district policies under the K series that address complaints by member of the public, and there's an established procedure where it will be deferred to the superintendent for investigation to be reported back to the board at a later time. So it would also not be appropriate to consider anything outside of what's been stated by Ms. Jones or by President Polk at this time.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there any further questions? Again, that's consideration of approval of the collective bargaining agreement and ratification of salary schedule. Superintendent.
Recommend that you approve the collective bargaining agreement, ratify the selection.
Board members, is there a motion to approve the collective bargaining agreement and to ratify the salary schedules?
So vote.
Thank you, gentlemen. It has been moved by Mr. Jaramillo and Mr. Clausen. I'm going to give you the second to approve the collective bargaining agreement and ratification of salary schedules. Any discussion, board members? Right, hearing none, again, roll call tonight. Mrs. Turley.
Mr. Clausen,
Yes.
Mr. Jaramillo,
Yes.
Ms. Lorenzo,
No.
Ms. Salazar,
Yes.
and Ms. Lee.
Aye, the motion carries. Thank you very much. And at this time, Mr. Weidner.
Item E tonight comes from a request, I believe 2 weeks ago, or in our board meeting 3 weeks ago. We were talking about our budget, and board member Lorenzo had a question about programs and after school programming and dual credit opportunities and language courses.
We've got one.
And I wanted to kind of gather together a kind of a comprehensive offering of the different programs that we have in this.
Would you like me to share it on the screen?
Yes, yes. I've asked Mrs. Jones because historically she oversaw our career technical education. She has worked with athletics. She worked with Gear Up. And so I asked Mrs. Jones if she would present our programming tonight and talk about the different programming that we offer to our students.
Good evening again, Madam President, board members, superintendent. So you guys have the document in front of you. When you start putting these things in writing, you see all of the many programs that we offer to students throughout the district, from elementary to the high school level. So if you just kind of look at that career technical education column, we offer a lot of different programs through Laguna, Acma High School, Gratz High School, feeder programs from Los Alamitos Middle School, moving up into those, and some very successful programs that we're continuing to fund because students are flocking to them, students are doing great things with them. As you heard earlier with Dr. Toivan, we need to look for better opportunities to partner with the college, and we've had some of those discussions about, you know, how we can utilize their welding program to get our students certified, how we can utilize the automotive program because they have the shop and the equipment, so we don't need to save money into those overhead costs where we can partner with them. They have all of the stuff we have for kids. So kind of a nice little thing. But if you look at like the just that for technical, we have an agriculture program at Grants High School that has done really well with an FFA CTSO. So CTSO is a career technical student organization. And a lot of our CTE, our career technical programs, have the career technical student organization that goes along with that. So the kids get to learn the stuff in class, and then they get to compete in that CTSO, and they get to go and compete against other students in the state who are learning and doing the same things to kind of see how they do and where they fit in. And we've been very successful. We've got rock star educators that love what they're doing with these kids, that take them and do great things. So agriculture is at Grants High School. There is a program at Los Alamitos that feeds into that. They've got another teacher there that's doing some agriculture classes that will feed into the Grants High School agriculture stuff. With broadcasting, this is one of those programs that was kind of born out of necessity during COVID, because if you guys will go back to there, we've tried to block that. But during COVID, when I was the athletic director at Grants High School, parents couldn't come in to watch games. We had games in quiet gyms. It was teams, the people that were working the clock in the book, and the officials. Like that was it. And so we had these moms and dads, and my kid's a senior, and they can't even watch these games their senior year. So Mr. Greiner and Mr. Gonzalez said, hey, why don't we start broadcasting this age? Why don't we bring a couple of kids into film and we can broadcast these out? And that's kind of how Angry Jack production started, was in COVID. So we kind of started broadcasting those games so parents can see and they can still watch their babies play that year that was kind of tough. Well, since then, Laguna Acma has started doing some broadcasting work as well. They have a broadcasting teacher there. Her approach is a little bit different, which is great. The students are learning a lot about digital media production, how to Grants High School in connection or collaboration with the residential construction teacher. The residential construction class went and actually built like a newsroom. They have a green screen and they have a news desk, and they can set up and do all of their broadcasting things. They do like the daily announcements. They do all kinds of stuff. So Ms. Tominol at Laguna Acma has done some of the same stuff, but she's focusing a little more on digital media. And then at the middle school, now they started kind of picking up those broadcasting things. So those students are a little more prepared as they get into the high school to go that route with broadcasting. That's one of the more popular programs right now. The kids really flock to that. And there are some students, there's kind of something for everyone. You have those kids that are like, this is where I'm meant to be, is in front of the camera. And you have other kids that are like, no, thank you. But I would love to work behind the scenes and edit these videos and help with this kind of stuff. So it really is a nice path for our kids. And those students have competed under Skills USA. That's their career technical student organization. So as they go to do these competitions, they compete at the state. The last 2 years, I believe, they placed at the state. We're now sending them to nationals. And so we really have some very successful things happening. Business is offered, Grants High School, Laguna Acma Middle High School. We have construction trades at Grants High School. We have culinary arts at Grants High School, we do have a facility at Laguna, but it has not been used in the past several years. So it's something that we've talked to Ms. Ray about potentially adding. We have health occupations. We have a teacher at Laguna that has participated in the HOSA is their CTSO. It's health, something that Mr. White can tell you, health.
Health Occupation Student Organization
There you go.
Association.
There you go. And she was fortunate enough, like the lab that or the classroom that she moved into, there was a vacant classroom next door that she was actually able to kind of turn into a lab where it's got hospital beds and she can teach the students certain skills like changing beds and moving patients and different things. So that has really been a popular and well-received career technical education pathway at Laguna. Their first year competing, they sent students to state. They had students that they're going to state also. They've done a fantastic job. We've done Jolt in the past and are now working on partnering with NMSU to get that junior officer law enforcement training back so that students can go and experience that and get college credit for that. So it would be a dual credit class. We have a journalism class. We have a mechatronics lab at Laguna Acton High School that we spend a lot of money on, like $850,000 getting all of that equipment. We've invested in training that teacher in the past 2 years so that he can put those kids in specific pathways and know which courses that they need to take so that they can progress through that. We have marketing. We have a lot of the science, technology, engineering things going on. We have Mesa and I think all 3 schools correct as far as an organization. We're looking at public service as far as police force, EMTs, those kinds of things, specifically at high school. Robotics, Cubero has done some fantastic things with robotics. Los Alamitos has done some things with robotics. Science fair, our district, they rock. Our district rocks science fair. There are so many science fair projects. Kids' participation was up quite a bit this year. We sent how many students to Sapporo to participate?
A busload.
Like a whole bus.
Yeah, 50.
And
50 something.
and another handful goes to Nashville, so we.
Yeah.
Yes, and then, yes, sending students to national and we support that. In the past, we've done the We Go to Better at Los Alamitos, at all of our elementary schools, Los Alamitos and Laguna Acima Middle School. That one is through Alabama Aviation and it's kind of some hands-on things that they do. Welding at Grants High School and at Laguna Acima. Both of those instructors have been fantastic. They have different approaches to what they do. Mr. Morayo at Grants High School is more kind of on the job, like he's on the career, like this is how to be a welder and this is what you can do. And he's got the equipment and have them do their coupons and test their coupons so that they can then go. Part of what we wrote into the Perkins grant was for the students to be able to go and test in college to see how their welds held up, see if they can get certified. We have a fantastic non-traditional welding teacher at Laguna Acima that is more like into metal work. She's a fantastic welder as well, but she really lets kids experience more of that creative side instead of just the occupational side. So some of the organizations, and the reason that I bring up all of the CTO things, or the CTE, the Career Technical Education, while we do have the Perkins grant is very specific in what it can pay for. So in order for a program to be funded through the Perkins grant, it needs to have a complete program study, meaning you have to have 3 courses that line up. You have to take your entry course and your next level course, your other course. So you have to have a series of 3 courses that line up for that. It has to be one of the priority, like there's a certain amount of the budget that has to go to the priority program. So every 3 years, the College and Career Readiness Bureau gets together and they have a needs assessment statewide. They do a CLNA. They do a comprehensive local needs assessment. And so they look at the workforce solutions and they see which careers in which region. So we're broken up in regions throughout the state. Which careers in our region are the high wage, the high demand, those careers that they want to support. So they'll pick like 3 state priorities, then we get to pick 3 regional priorities, and then we get to pick the local priority. So the state kind of sets the priorities for the state, then we get together in our region and we talk amongst all of the schools in our region. We're in the Northwest, so with Gallup and Farmington and Aztec and that group. And we talk about which programs would fit our region. And then as standalone, Grantsville County Schools gets to choose another program that we want to focus on as a priority. But in order to spend those funds, it has to be the three courses and everything. So there's some money in Perkins, but it doesn't pay for all of this in Perkins. So the school district is part of the budget. Responsive to that is we have earmarked money, or the business office has, I say we, like I did it, but I didn't. We have earmarked money to help support those students when they reach those national competitions, so that they don't have to have that worry about, hey, we've competed, but how, or we've made it, like we've placed, how do we get there? How are we gonna get there? How are we gonna pay for this? How do we travel? How do we? So Mr. Jones in the business office has kind of earmarked funds, like if students get to that, we're gonna make students worry about that. We're gonna help some of those things, so they can go and compete at a national level and see how they stack up against the nation. Or if we're doing wonderfully in the state, that's wonderful, but now let's take it the next step, and how do we do against other students nationwide? So some of the clubs, we've kind of talked about some of them, but we have the Angry Jack Productions, which is the broadcasting, and we have, we've had in the past BPA. They don't currently have an active chapter of BPA right now, but we're hoping to get a business chapter back. They have the Anchors Club that Miss Gallegos does. They do some unique servicing, and they are the ones that do the blood donation type things, and they do a lot of things around the school. Archery Club, the elementary sites all compete in archery. We've had students the last 2 years from Cabrera Elementary and I think Mesa Elementary that have gone to Salt Lake City to compete in the national archery competition. And kind of that same thing, like, okay, we made it. How do we get there? You know, so we, last year, we flew the students there. This year, their parents are like, can we just drive them? That's kind of a long way, it's a hotel and that's away from home. And so they've, yes, Mr.
I just want to interject really quick. So archery is a really great example of programming that the district seeks funding for. So there's an archery grant that Dr. Martin applied for and wrote the equipment and travel and all of that kind of stuff into this grant. We were awarded that grant, and that's why we're able to scale up to all the elementary schools. With that said, it's like a love-hate relationship because we love to have that extra money, but that grant runs out and then we get to pay for students to go to Salt Lake. So that's where GO kind of picks up, the SEG picks up that excess to say, hey, let's make sure that all of that practice and winning this competition wasn't in vain, and let's get them there. So a lot of these are what we call split funded things, where when they talk about personnel, and they talk about personnel, especially as they relate to CTSOs, there are stipends accompanied with that. I mean, we pay people for their extra hours and their times to manage a student organization because it takes a ton of work. And I'm a Mesa. I participated in Mesa as a student. I think that we had one state and one national, not even competition, but like meeting. The state meeting, it was usually paid from fundraising that we completed. And the national thing was from fundraising that we completed. And let me just tell you, my hands have never been so blistered and my neck has never been so sunburned. Because the way that we used to fundraise was pulling weeds and picking up trash and doing all the things so that we could fund those. So our position is we would rather students be spending their time doing what they want to do and focusing on their academics and their extracurriculars. Let us handle some of that fundraising. With that said, and Mrs. Jones explained very clearly, there are some things that Perkins can't fund, and there are some things that are extra. So hopefully Ms. Fernando doesn't put me on blast or get mad at me for this. Our students will go from Laguna Acton High School and they'll go to Orlando for a week. And the students, because they're in Orlando, they'll say, we really want to go to Disney World. It's unethical for me to say, cool, I'm going to write you guys a check so you can go to Disney World. That is where they can start fundraising for things. And they can say, hey, as a group, we would like to go to Disney World. We would like to do this. And then they can fundraise. Additionally, like World Travelers used to be self-funded. I think that the middle school still does trips to kind of related to like United States history and geography and politics. They'll go to Washington, D.C. and see some of the historic monuments and those sorts of things. We expect students to kind of have some equity in that as well. So thank you for letting me interject. Again, this is like zebra funding. Some of it's coming from state or federal programs. Other stuff is being supplemented through SEG. And really everything here has dollars tied to it and our budget tied to it, which was the original request. You know, it's hard to conceptualize when we say 86% goes to employees. Well, 86% is paying for these things because we are attracting and retaining talent that can provide our students with the right kind of instruction and the right opportunities to do what they do with these organizations.
And then the other 14%, part of that, we help fund students as they move up the chains of winning. So, our student also like at Grants High School, Early College High School, they also have a printed newsletter that goes out, every week or every monthly. On to athletics. Let you guys look at that. We do offer quite a few activities at both of the schools. Grants High School, just by the nature of having 4 times more students than we'll get at Acoma, or 3.5 times more students than we get at Acoma, offers more because there's more demand for that. So there are some sports at Grants High School that Laguna Acoma does not have. But again, due to population. So football is at all of our middle and high school campuses. Golf is a Grants High School thing. We did several years ago have one student at Laguna that participated in golf, but that's not necessarily like there's not a lot of demand for that there. Wrestling is at Grants High School. Baseball is at all the middle and high schools. So is softball, track and field, middle and high schools. Cheer has in the past been at middle and high schools. If you can find the coach to support that. Cheer coaches have to go through a few more trainings and certifications than just regular coaches. So if you can find the people, those things have been available in the past. Cross country for all middles and high schools. Powerlifting is at Grants High School. Basketball at all campuses. Tennis at Grants High School and volleyball at all campuses. We also are offering Acoma Caris, Laguna Caris, Navajo, and Spanish at our secondary sites. We also have one elementary teacher at Cabrera that is teaching Caris at that level, at the elementary level. After school programs, we do have credit recovery. There's some near peer tutoring that we're looking at coming up this year in conjunction with NPED. We have tutoring after school when there are demands for that. If you give math teacher or English teachers, those core subjects come and say, hey, we have students that are really struggling, can we begin tutoring? We provide tutoring services for them. We do have a backpack program in conjunction with ROTC, and I believe our district pays a portion to not ROTC, Rotary Club, sorry, to the Rotary Club, and we're in conjunction with the Rotary Club on that. So there's a lot of things that happen even in the summer. The summer we're doing literacy programs at Milan Mason and Mount Taylor through NPED. We're also doing a STEAM camp at Los Alamitos, and that is for students grades like first through eighth grade. So a lot of students, I think that quite a bit of participation this year as well. So those are some of the things that we continue to fund that are not necessarily like that 86% that goes to salaries. In MSU, we do have dual credit through there's a lot of opportunities for dual credit. In MSU, CNM, UNM, Navotech, Eastern, the early college high school kids, of course, take tons of dual credit because that's kind of what they're supposed to do. We also have honors and AP classes that we offer. There are lots of programs for teachers as well, that a lot of them are free programs through Priority Schools Bureau, but supporting teachers through that process. Thrive leads, or there's a lot of those things. Also initiatives that our teachers have taken place in our letters training, Eclipse training, PSYOP. We do PSYOP training every year in the Shelter Instructional Observation Protocol to kind of help teachers become better teachers. District-wide, we are doing Marzano, so like with high reliability schools and the new art science and teaching, making sure that teachers understand that those things that you get them more bang for the buck. You know, if I'm a teacher and I do this, I'm going to have better results with students remembering what we're learning and having them active in those lessons and moving and not just to sit and get kind of stuff. So there's a lot of things that we are definitely investing in as a district through our budget and through this budgetary process to make sure the students have opportunities to do things and a variety of things, not just athletics or not just academic, but even those CTSOs and hopefully preparing students for some career that they may love, or participating in the CTSO and finding out this is really not what I want to do when I grow up, and being able to make that pivot early instead of being stuck in a pathway that they don't want to accept. So, you know, those career explorations are really important to those students. So anyway, I stand for questions. If you have any questions on any of these things that go to the, yes, ma'am.
it was brought to my attention that, like we're gonna Acoma High School. If they wanted to get like a golf or wrestling, how would they go about that?
So if they wanted to add that program, we asked Mr. Chavez for sure, they would need to get sanctioned, like we're already sanctioned with NMA, they would need to let NMA know that they're compete and then update on schedules. We have already the stipends negotiated, so they would have to have the student participation. We want to do that, and coach that would want to take that role.
So they'd have to have certain amount of students.
I don't know if they
And
have
the
to coach or not, like, because with golf, there's some years that we've had 8 students that golf, like there's. You know, but you of course don't want a golf team of 50 students, that would probably be nightmarish.
Yeah.
So I think it would probably depend on the sport, where powerlifting is a very individual thing, wrestling is a pretty individual thing, even though there's a team component to that, it's pretty individual. There are some individual things that could easily be added, but if you're looking at like adding soccer, they would definitely be, you know, at least 15 people that would want to participate in that, or you're not gonna have a team.
So find a coach first and then,
Yeah, a coach and me, and we are happy to work with Miss Ray if there's something that she wants to add, we're happy to look at that. She has reached out and talked about archery because there's such a lot of those career kids will lead into to look at Acoma, and those career kids have loved the archery program and they've done very well. So if there's a need and there's a desire, then we can look at adding this program to have support all of the schools.
Anything else, board members? Yes, Ms. Donaldin.
Thank you, for this. I love the visual, by the way. So, it's super helpful to see all of this. I only have, one question in regards to, student support services, that like counseling or behavioral health services, social services, different type of wraparound case management services or family support programs. Like, is there anything like that, or what opportunities do we have in providing like early intervention services at the school site, to identify and address not just academic, but behavioral or developmental or different social emotional needs before they become more significant barriers to success?
So a lot of those issues are addressed with the classroom teacher first, because the classroom teacher is the person who sees that student the most. And I'm speaking from the elementary perspective because that's where I was in the classroom. So as an elementary teacher, if I noticed that there were potential issues with the student, or that there were some signs that we needed to look at, there are avenues through the schools that we can look at. We can look at placing the student on a SAT. We can look at sending that student, referring them to counseling services. We can look at even through like MTSS, if it's an educational need, like we're doing tier 1 instruction with all of our students, and then we're noticing that little Johnny's still not getting it. We can do some tier 2 interventions with him, or tier 3, and we can move through that in MLSS, MTSS process with him. If those things aren't working, we can, like I said, refer to SAT. There's 504 things that we can refer to. In all of those things, and again, speaking as an elementary person, I knew that the most important people in that kid's life were their parents, and we, like, if we were going to work together, it needed to be a partnership between me and those parents. And so I tried to have very open communication with those parents, and hey, this is what I'm seeing. What, how can we help? Is there something going on I need to know about? But I think that through that we include the parents quite a bit, and that looks a little different at the high school. The high school does have a counselor. They do have student success advisors. They do have nurses. One of the great things in our district is that MOU that you guys approved a few meetings back for the Teen Health Center at Laguna Acoma High School, middle school, where they do have healthcare providers that are there. And I think they even have psychologists that go a couple of times a week or once a week. So they really have some pretty comprehensive services at Laguna Acoma High School that our other schools don't have. I would love to be able to provide those same services in all of our schools, but we can't. We are currently looking at only one of our sites that does not have a counselor or a social worker on site. So there is a resource on every campus and I have a fish that's nibbling, so just then need to get that fish reeled in and hired, but there are things in place so that we can reach out to other entities. We may not have that expertise within our school system, but we do have the people that can help find services or coordinate services for those students.
That's,
We also
that's helpful.
EWS assistants.
Correct.
That
Yeah, if
help
it's,
us with.
yeah, if it's attendance, like we do have the EWS staff at most of our schools, which is the early warning system. So if there's trouble with attendance, grades, behavior, they can step in and contact parents. We have Title VI liaisons at every campus that can also help reach out to some of our families and kind of try to bridge the gap there. So even though we, like I said, we may not have those people, like we may not have psychiatrists hired or psychologists hired on our staff, but we do have people that can help find resources for those students.
Talk
Okay,
space for-
that- Sorry.
You might describe what that is, Mrs. Jones.
So one of the things that Mr. Widener just brought up, one of the services that we do provide for our employees is Talkspace, which is it's online counseling basically. So you can sign up for free if you're an employee. There's a keyword that you can use to get in, and you sign up, and they match you with a provider, and then you get 2 free sessions a month and unlimited messaging and texting with that provider. That one is available to all employees and families of the district. Not that that necessarily is responsive to students, but that's responsive to the people who are taking care of students. So.
Okay, and a lot of work went into this. And I'm just wondering, like, some of the other support services that you just mentioned, is that something that, like, is there something, it's just a great, easy snapshot to see. Like, I absolutely love this visual. So I'm just curious if that's something that can be done with other support services. And the reason I'm asking is because it was brought to my attention that right, like there's a student, and I won't say what school or anything like that, but who struggles with autism. And so I and there have been discussions, my understanding, with the parents, but it got to a point where the staff, the teacher, was actually encouraging the student to not attend school because of those behaviors that were being exhibited. And so I think this was a concern that the parents had brought forth. And so it just got me wondering, like, what support services exist for students who have behavioral issues, right, like tied to something like, right, they're autistic or may need additional support and guidance. And it's in the IEP that there's supposed to be like some one-on-one care challenge, and there have been challenges around that. And so it just got me thinking in terms of like what interventions or services that are available and at what sites for students who need additional support in that regard.
So if students are IEP'd, we provide the services that are required in the IEP. So if they need occupational therapy or recreational therapy or speech therapy or physical therapy, like any of those therapies, we provide that service. I mean, happy to say that one of the new hires that we have is very well versed. She's been in a self-contained autistic class for years, and she will be coming to our district. And so we're looking to her to be kind of a wealth of knowledge to help us in some of those areas. I don't know specifically the student or the situation that you're speaking to, because that has not been part of my stuff. But as far as the IEPs go, I know that Mr. Chavez has met with parents. If there's questions, parents can call an addendum to the IEP if they feel like their student is not being served properly, they can call an addendum to the IEP and have them review it and see if more services are necessary, if more services would better serve that student. But as far as the specific student, I don't know about that situation, so I can't really speak about that.
Okay, no, yeah, didn't want to like say who or what school or anything like that. I'm just for my own understanding. And then along those same lines, like what is the avenue to bring that to the attention if it's not being met in the classroom? I think there were possibly some fears of like retaliation about escalating the concerns above the teacher or the administrators at the school.
So again, special ed is not my forte. So I don't want to answer and pretend like I know because I really don't know. I know that parents have rights and students have rights, and if the IEP is not meeting its needs, that they can ask for an addendum to that IEP and that they can ask for other evaluations to happen to make sure that we're meeting those needs. But other than that, like I don't specifically know how to guide that. That would be a Mr. Chavez question or a Ms. Griego question.
Okay, fair enough. I will get with them, and so I would just connect these individuals with Mr. Chavez.
Yes, please. Yeah, and he definitely knows the resources and where to go. So yes.
Okay, all right, great. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Anything else, board members, on this one? Thank you very much, Mrs. Jones. Mr. Widener, sir.
Board members, it is getting very exciting over there on the campus of the new Mesa View and the old Mesa View, and lots of good things happening. Mr. Jones is going to talk to you tonight about the disposal of some old library books. So, Mr. Jones.
Thanks, sir. Madam President, members of the board, in your packet, it's called Reading Log. It was 1,200 pages, so I thought that in the drive was probably the best place for it.
Certainly appreciates being to print that for us, sir.
This Chavez, the librarian that's at Mesa View, has a complete inventory of all the books, so she can see what's being checked out, and she can see what's on the shelf and what's destroyed and all of those things. So some of these books were purchased before your time. Some of those books have been in the library since the 50s. A requirement that we have through the Office of the State Auditor is that when we dispose of assets, the board is given a list of those assets and they take action to dispose of those assets. So what we would like to do is we would like to donate these books to a nonprofit. This nonprofit will try to get any value that they can out of these books, and any profit that they can get from those books, they actually donate that money to the Ronald McDonald House. So there's 451 books. We would like to coordinate with that nonprofit, have them come and pick it up and haul them off. That way we don't have to hold on to them for another 70 years.
Very good. Board members, do you have any questions regarding that for Mr. Jones? Yeah. All right, at this time, we have consideration of approval of the
Sorry.
disposal of Mesa
I
View.
couldn't.
Yes, ma'am.
I was just, I think my audio cut out a little bit, so I missed the nonprofit.
The name of the nonprofit, sir.
I can get that for you. It slipped my mind.
Sounds like house. Oh, the one that sells them.
The beneficiary would be the Ronald McDonald House.
Oh, very cool. Okay.
Thank you. Again, at this time, we have consideration of approval of the disposal of the Mesa View Library books. Superintendent.
I recommend that we dispose the Mesa View Library books to benefit Ronald McDonald.
Very cool. Board members, is there a motion to approve the disposal of the library books? All of you at once. That was great. I'm gonna give that one to Monica. Important. Walter, I'm kicking you to the curb on this one. It has been moved by Ms. Salazar and seconded by Mr. Clausen to approve the disposal of the Mesa View library books. Board members, any discussion? Right, hearing none, but we're gonna proceed to vote. Mrs. Charlie.
Mr. Clausen,
Yes.
Mr. Ottomio,
Yes.
Ms. Lorenzo,
Yes.
Ms. Salazar,
Yes.
Ms. Lee.
Aye, motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I should have remembered to do the other camera. Cooper, you were on the spotlight on that one the whole time.
It's okay. Giving the people what they want.
Mr. Wagner.
Board members, I can kind of keep the strategic plan discussion short. I appreciate those of you who responded to my form. I should clarify that I sent out an individual form to each board member. You all were able to respond. I had talked about
Anonymous.
it was anonymous, yes. And so I got a majority of responses. I didn't get responses from everybody. So if you did not complete your form, please do that for me. I have compiled the data from the responses that I got, but I do want each of you, all 5 of you, to have a voice. And so please, if you have the opportunity, complete the form. Right now, this is kind of guiding the direction. Our strategic plan goals need to be SMART goals. They need to be measurable, attainable, and tied to clear performance indicators. The majority of those of you who have responded, there is a desire to see STEM and career technical education as strategic priorities. They want something in there that talks about the recruitment and retention of high quality staff, and very capable staff. And the strategic planning process should include meaningful stakeholder and community engagement. That's part of what these consultants are offering and will help us with, and they'll be in your areas and meeting with your families and probably having you there with them as the board people representing that area. This is just kind of the data based on the responses that I've gotten. I would like to have feedback from all 5 of you. So and that will help me very much as we move forward with setting up those community meetings and getting the strategic plan in. One thing I know Ms. Lorenzo and I talked today, she mentioned that she would like to revisit the old strategic plan and look at the goals. And so maybe I think that might be a good work opportunity for a future work session, where we look at, you know, how successful were we in that strategic plan. So I would like to, maybe that is a future agenda item where we look at the old strategic plan and see where we were on the mark.
Might be able to see, you know, what actually happened versus how far off the goals were, see, you know, how
Correct.
realistic
correct. And I know
That's a
we-
great idea.
We've had that conversation in some of our consultations,
Sure.
travel consultations where, well, if we say we were gonna be 40% better in math, where did we land? Were we 20% better or, and so, I think that would be a good opportunity for us all to work and look at some data.
Attend the graduation.
Correct. Correct.
Board members, anything else you want to add to talking about the strategic plan and consultant ideas? I know that we had 3 consultants that we were able to look at and, we're trying to find consensus on how to move forward and what recommendation we each would like to give the superintendent on that.
And they all provide different services, right? And so,
Maybe you could summarize each of the 3 a little bit, just so we can remember.
so, let me start with Mr. Steinhaus. I think that
Yes,
he's CES. Mr. Steinhaus is a statewide vendor with CES. He would come to the communities and he would lead the discussions with the different communities, and talk about the goals based on, what the stakeholders would, right? Our previous strategic plan was driven and designed this way, right? So we would hope the 4 goals that we had before ultimately were coming from our communities and our stakeholders. Now, 5 years later, those have evolved, right? And so, Mr. Steinhaus would have those community meetings. The second one was, I don't know what her group is called, Mrs. Lightfoot. Mrs. Lightfoot, has consulted with our district for the last several years. She is doing strategic plan work. Hers is, it's hours, right? So I'm contracted to come help with your strategic plan for 8 hours and we're gonna get these meetings done, we're gonna do it, and hers would be that you're there with her and she will come and do these meetings with you and collect the data and then we get a strategic plan. And then
dynamic leadership.
dynamic leadership solutions. Sorry, Mrs. Lightfoot, if you're watching. And then the third vendor that you see is Mr. Arsenio Romero, and his is called something else too. But Mr. Romero would come and facilitate those meetings with you in your areas. He is working with he wants to work with our former strategic plan and what comes out of those meetings and try to design something that is a combination of the 2. And so, I think me knowing what you would like to see out of the strategic plan will help me to make that selection.
Thank you. Board members. Comments, questions, discussion. Yes, Ms. Lorenzo.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that. I just had a quick question, because I think of the 3, right, I only know Miss Lightfoot. Would it be possible to do like, for them to come and present and share with us so we have an opportunity to ask questions about what is in each of their proposals and an opportunity to meet the other 2 individuals?
I could We could invite them to come and kind of give a commercial of what they do, what they provide.
Or via Zoom, something. I just don't. It would be traveling distance. That's a great question. And a really good way for all of us to get to meet all of the,
We might have a chance
consultants.
to meet them, but they probably.
Yeah, well, that's just it.
Cause I've met multiple,
Right.
I know both.
Because Dr. Steinhaus, you actually got to meet Dr. Steinhaus at Cabero at the region meeting. He was one of the ones that presented at the region board meetings that we had at Cabero, but totally out of context, obviously, of this, but that,
Miss Lorenzo,
Yes.
I could try to see if they could maybe zoom in with us for a few minutes.
Yeah, and I didn't think they had to come in person, right? Like just like a Zoom is fine. I just think it would give us an opportunity, or I'll speak for myself, it'll give me an opportunity to like know who they are and what they do and ask questions around what they propose. But also too, because like I feel so, and I am still so new, right? Like I don't know what questions I should be asking or considering, or what actually goes into, I know what goes into like a strategic plan and what I would do, right? But specific to like an educational school district strategic plan, I think hearing from others helps me to formulate like questions, because I don't know a lot and I don't even know what I don't know, right? To ask appropriate questions. So I think that would just be really helpful for me.
I will set that up. That's a future agenda item for in 2 weeks.
Great.
anything
Thank you
else?
so Thanks for taking my call.
I'm sorry, Donaldin, I couldn't hear you. That was thumbs up, we're good? More
Yeah, I was
questions?
just, no more questions for me. I was just thanking Mr. Whitener for also taking my call and entertaining my bazillion questions earlier today.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, if we don't have any further questions on strategic plan, we can move to consent agenda. All right, it sounds like we can move to consent agenda. Board members, we have consideration of approval of a bar, which is Fund Code 24189, which is the Student Support and Academic Enrichment Program, Title IV. Superintendent.
I recommend that we do approve the consent agenda.
All right, excellent. Board members, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda as listed? And a second. I'll second it. It has been moved by Ms. Salazar and seconded by Ms. Lee to approve the consent agenda as listed, including the bar Fund Code 24189, Student Support and Academic Enrichment Program for Title IV. Mrs. Turley, please.
Mr. Clausen,
Yes.
Mr. Hadamio,
Yes.
Miss Lorenzo,
Yes.
Miss Salazar. Yes. Miss Lee.
Aye, the motion carries. Board members, at this time, we have executive session. It is discussion of limited personnel matters pursuant to NMSA 1978, Section by, hopefully Mr. Clausen gets in here with us. Can we text Mr. Clausen and skip the lead breakout room?
Just call it.
There he is.
Okay, very good.
He's here.
Okay, awesome. Awesome, awesome. Okay, we are unmuted. I believe we are live. Back in session. I don't know if. Are they? Why is this up? Well, we're gonna just be a little bit blurry. I don't know if they are hearing this though. Chad, would you mind just checking to make sure that we're actually broadcasting? Thank you, ma'am. Yeah, you're welcome. Sorry about that.
While we were here, I was getting texted on the call. My son. And I said, every time we have executive session.
All right, we are back, and right now I will reread our statement. That executive session was discussion of limited personnel matters pursuant to NMSA 1978, section 10-15-1, H2 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act, specifically for the superintendent to update the board regarding employee non-renewals, for the superintendent to update the board regarding other employee movements and contemplated movements. No action was taken and only the items listed were discussed. Is there a motion to reconvene open session as presented? And a second. It has been moved by Ms. Salazar and seconded by Mr. Jaramillo to reconvene open session as presented. Mrs. Shirley, roll call, please, ma'am.
Mr. Clausen,
Yes.
Mr. Jaramillo,
Yes.
Ms. Lorenzo,
Yes.
Ms. Salazar,
Yes.
Ms. Lee.
Aye, the motion carries. The board has reconvened open session at 9:26 p.m. I will make note that Mr. Jaramillo, Vice President Jaramillo needs to leave the meeting early right now. Good luck, sir.
Sorry. When we come back, 23rd?
The 16th.
16. Good luck, Walter.
I have-
Describe
I have-
future.
So I will go over the future agenda items really quick. We are going to have strategic plan consultants come by and give us a commercial of the services they provide. We are going to, in a future work session, maybe in July, maybe we can look at the 2020 through 2025 strategic plan and see what goals we met and where we were successful. We also need to approve the facility master plan for our next month, or in 2 weeks, for our next meeting in 2 weeks. We will have our Marzano renewal. We will have our math textbook presentation, purchase discussion, and then probably in July, we'll be talking about a maintenance backfill purchase. Next board meeting, we will have the final budget approval. We will have the audit presentation, and we accept it. We don't vote on it, we just accept it. And then the board calendar will be on our next agenda, and the Mason View Playground.
And the item we struck.
Yes, the food
Service.
food services RFP. But good,
Board members,
good catch.
any other things?
I don't have anything.
Thank you. don't forget, you can also always email Mr. Widener or myself if you think of any things that come up. So at this time, Superintendent.
I recommend that we adjourn.
All right, is there a motion to adjourn the meeting as amended?
So vote.
And I will give it this way. It has been moved by Ms. Salazar and seconded by Mr. Clausen to adjourn the meeting as amended. This is truly the last time for us, ma'am.
Mr. Clausen,
Yes.
Ms. Lorenzo,
Yes.
Ms. Salazar,
Yes.
Ms. Lee.
Aye, the motion carries. The board is adjourned at 9:29 p.m. And thank you so much.
It was a pleasure.
Pleasure, by the way.
It was always so good.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. Good night.
Good night. Thank you.